Hello, everybody. Hello. All right, all right, all right. All right. I'm just getting some other things situated here. So allow me a moment. My desk is a complete mess from an overhaul yesterday. So I need to get my stuff arranged. So allow me a moment, if you will. Hooah. Okay. All right. Happy Sunday, everybody. There we go. All right. There we go. All right. So that's out of the way. And then let's do the typical. All right. Alright, alright. Alright, just doing my usual self-promotion here, so bear with me just a moment. It is hot. It is real hot. Alright, continuing on. Just about done. So kind for your patience, as per usual. All right. Should be good. Chris, what's going on, my friend? Lovely to see your face, even though I can't see your face. Alright. So, the workstation was put in very good use yesterday, so everything is all over the place right now. So I am completely disorganized, and we're just going to deal with it, right? Right. That's what we're going to do. Let me move this back some. We're going to deal with a little disorganization today. But I'll make up for it with new content. Alright, I need a beverage. Reach into the beverage fridge. Alright, there we go. Hydration secure. Oh, that's quality H2O right there. Alright, and let me swap out my vape batteries real quick. Alright, this box right here is the one we're working on today. I've been saving it. I got this like a week and a half ago, but I've been saving it for a stream. Unfortunately, the new ESD chips came in before this did, so I wanted to test those out anyway and make sure that they worked. And we have discovered that they did. They worked on not only the Series X that we fixed, but also a 1X that we tried to repair a while ago, but it had the red bypass boards, the little PCBs that they use for the ESD bypass. That was probably 3 weeks ago that we tried to work on that and couldn't get it fixed. I did swap. I took off that PCB board, which, by the way, if you ever want to put an ESD chip on that thing, don't get that board. It was a nightmare. There's a bunch of solder mask underneath the actual PCB itself. So if you take off the PCB, you got to scrape away a bunch of solder mask to get to those traces, and even then the traces are all corroded and not corroded. Corroded is the wrong word. Exposed is a good way to put it. But I managed to do it. I had to, scrape away the solder mask and put new solder mask to stop the solder balls from spreading. But it ended up working out because I did install that ESD chip and it did work. It didn't fix the problem because the problem ended up being the hard drive, but it did work. So, however, this is the baby we're working on today. So I'm going to give it just a couple more minutes here, let a few people get in, and we will begin the unboxing. I'm getting a little low on alcohol. Let me go grab a bottle real quick. A moment, if you will. Gotta top off the supply. Alright, there we go. Let's get that baby going. A little bit of leakage going on. Alright, there we go. That's fine. Half full will do for now. Whew. All right. There is one other thing I wanted to try and find before we get started, because I lost it yesterday, and I use it way too much to not try and find it. If it takes me more than a minute, I'm not going to bother, but I did want to try. I lost my my T8 Torx bit, and especially for PS5s, I use that shit for everything. So that's not it. I mean, I can always use a T9. It's just a snugger fit. The T8 fits everything without issue. I just don't know where the hell I put it. I took it off at some point to use it for something, and it fucking vamoosed. Oh, I swear, my T8 and my 10mm socket from my car always disappear. I really should keep more of them. Alright, whatever. I'm not going to worry about it right now. I have things that will work. Alright. So, let's get down to business. First of all, as you can see from yesterday, I'm going to hold on a minute here. Alright, so from yesterday, we had quite a bit of work done. Got 2 Xbox One X's, a PS4. That PlayStation's been waiting for almost 2 months for the customer to come pick it up. And then I've got a One S and another PS4 down there. I've got that Series X that we still need to finish up. And we will get to all of that in good time. However, now is not that good time. Now, we are going to finally unbox this PS5. We are going to do some diagnostics on it. We are going to probably, just for the hell of it anyway, we're going to try UART. I have a UART tool that I have not had a chance to use yet. I'm pretty sure I already know what's wrong with this, just based on the symptoms that it's been giving me, but I want to use UART, okay? I want to do it. So we're going to try and do it. The good thing about this, I bought this on eBay for a grand total of $220. Now, that's more than I like to pay for a damaged PS5. However, this is a rare one for me because it comes with the console, both cords, the stand, the controller, and the box. It came complete for $220. That's a win in my book. So, I need to find my cutter. Where is my cutter? Oh. Aha, there's my cutter. My cutter had vanished on me. All right. Let's get this baby open. Be super careful opening this because there is supposed to be a box inside. Go. All right. Demi! What's going on, brother? Good to see you, man. Glad to have you back. All right. The unboxing. We got paper out the ass. Everyone, well, actually, I don't mind paper. You know what? I hate fucking packing peanuts. I hate packing peanuts. I want to destroy them, all of them. I would burn them, but they're toxic. So, all right, paper. Oh, this baby is fully wrapped. Hang on. I think it's a double unboxing. We're getting 2 for 1 here. Where else you get this kind of content, huh? Oh, oh yeah. A double unboxing. Oh. Hoorah! All right. Clean up my blade a little bit here. Again, I'm being super gentle because there is a PS5 box under here and I do not want to damage it. I know it's already slightly damaged, but it did say in the listing there's a little bit of damage to the top corner, but I don't want to make it any worse. All right. And it's plastic wrapped and everything. That's a very different kind of stream. that's unfortunate. I mean, it'd be great if you could take it over. Just you already have, you know, the storefront and everything. All right, here we are. And there she is, baby. Boxed. All right, I'm trying to see if I can see. Oh, okay, yeah, there's a little bit of damage to the box up here. It's hard to tell, even on video, but there's a tiny bit of little damage right here to the box. And a little more on this upper corner on the other side. But overall, it's a box. Go. Where's my cutter? Okay. There we go. Jesus. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm appreciative of the hella packing job they did. Like, this is packed. But boy, is it annoying to get off. There we go. All right. Here we are. PS5 box. There is more tape. I swear to God. All right. Let's see what we have here. So, does it have the actual inside casing is a question. Oh. I'll bring you guys down here in just a second. No, I'm happy to hear it, Debbie. I hope everything works out for you, dude. Trust me, you've been a huge supporter since day one here, man. I want nothing but the best for you. So, please, my fingers are crossed, and I'm saying big prayers, man. I hope everything works out. All right. We have PS5 controller. It's got a damaged joystick. I'm sure that was probably pictured in the listing, and it's fine. I have replacements. I have so many replacements. So, a little bit of damage to the joystick right here. You can tell it's missing a thumbstick, got a little damage, but overall not too bad. Buttons feel really nice. And turns on. Yeah, honestly, that's in very good condition for this. So that's good. Oh man, it's got the install guides and everything. Woo! Install guides. Beautiful. Gotta make sure I hold on to all of this. I will be selling it the same way. Power cord. Always need more cords. Move this to the side. I've got the stand. HDMI cable. And it does actually have the inner frame. That's crazy. I wasn't sure it would have it. All right, out you go. All right. Oh yeah, easy. Now, this is I'm almost positive I know what's wrong with this console already, just based on my previous experience with these. But I want an excuse to use UART, so this is a perfectly good reason to use UART. All right, and here we have the PS5 itself. Let me bring you guys back over here. Oh, too high. There we go. All right, PS5 itself. Well, HDMI port's also going to need to be replaced. You can see there it's split at the bottom, so we're going to have to replace the HDMI on it. USB ports in the back look awesome. USB port on the front looks awesome. Honestly, I mean, it's a little dusty, but outside plate-wise, it looks fantastic. It's a really good condition. All right, so if you were too lazy to read the title, what we have here is a 2-second blue light of death. So, I'm gonna come over here for a second. So, wow, that just turned on by itself. I don't think I pushed the button. All right, anyway, so do it again. So we got blue light and death. All right, so this is as good a time as any to test out UART. So we're going to take it apart. We're going to oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, so I'm still using the same one that I bought. The one, the link. I can't fucking talk today. The link that I sent you. I'm using that tool today. I haven't tested it at all. So this is going to be a trial run for everything. All right. So that being said, let's start getting this baby disassembled. Turn on my tools. Nope, still plugged in. Let's not have it plugged in. All right, here we go. We're gonna pop this top cover off. Yeah, I mean, it's dusty, but most importantly, it's never been opened before. Oh, gotcha. Okay. Yep. Well, I'm pretty sure we know the south bridge is good on this one, at least activating, because I'm getting that blue light. It may be faulty. Possible. I don't think so, but possible. So we should be able to get a UART reading. We're going to find out. All right. Let's get this baby. I also did not check what model this was. I believe it's the 1015 series, so there should be an EDM 10 board. All right, let's pop off this vent. My cats are all up in the box right now. that your box? You getting in there? No, he don't care. Maybe, not 100%. I mean, depends on partially working. Like I have one that has a south bridge and an SSD controller, but it doesn't have the HDMI encoder. I mean, this one's partially working. An old board with a bad south bridge, maybe. Not 100% sure. I think I've only got like 2 donor boards for the PS5. Maybe 3. Right there for the time being. Alright, pull this fan. This disk drive power cable. There you go. Alright, let's go ahead and void this warranty sticker. Thank you everybody for coming in. Always lovely to see your faces. Nope. Nope. Right, there we go. Pull these screws out. Okay. And go ahead and pop this case off. Let's take a look at the board. Move yourself. Alright, so no, this is an EDM 20 board. Interesting. Okay. Alright. Pop this off. And we're going to pop this off. Move that disk drive. I do enjoy the 20s. I have been getting a lot of the EDM 30 series boards in recently, though. So I've been learning a lot about those. Alright, let's go ahead and pop off Bluetooth and Wi-Fi. Go. Go. Trying to keep these stickers as undamaged as possible. Sometimes it's unavoidable. Go. Watch yourself there. You're getting stuck on no heatsink. Alright, there we go. Alright, take out these 42 absolutely necessary screws. I know this is everybody's favorite part, so get your popcorn, hold on to your hats. It's going to be a wild fucking ride, alright? Well, yeah, I'm still going to do UART first. I just want the plate off because, I have a feeling I know what's wrong with it already, so I'm just saving myself a step. I know, we're coming to the finish line, guys. Hope everybody's prepared. I'm going to try not to edge you out too long here. All right, here we go. Big reveal time. Whew. They're hot. They're real hot. There's my pry tool. There it is. There we go. All right. Checking for any kind of indication of visual damage. And I do not see any. All right. So let's move this. All right. We made it. Here we are. All right. So Let's have some fun, shall we? Just got to do a quick reorganizing here. Bear with me. All right. All right, all right, all right. Got to take off some twisty ties. All right, so we're going to move the PS5 over. All right, and I'm going to try and sneak my microscope over here. All right, let's see how this works out. Okay. All right, I'm doing this from a weird side angle, so bear with me. Let's move this. Okay, so these little terminals are where we are connecting our UART device. And if I remember correctly, I'm going to have to double check myself here. Okay, so TX and RX. TX is middle, RX is bottom. Okay, so we are going to be connecting our UART. The TX is going to be connected to this point. The RX is going to be connected to this point. I understand it's sideways. For those of you that have done this before, I assure you those are the correct spots. Alright, and let me grab my UART device and just make sure I know which one I'm putting where. Alright, so blue is going to be TX, or no, green is going to be TX, and blue is going to be RX. Alright, so start off by putting just a little dab of flux. Into that area there. So actually, if we do it this way, it will be TX. And okay. Right, so we're going to grab our soldering iron. Just put a tiny bit of solder on it. I'm going to tidy up the wire a little bit. There we go. And the green one is going to be RX. Put a little extra solder on here. That wiring does not look the best. Well, should hold anyway. All right, and for ground, there we go. All right, so our UART wiring is now connected. And so we are going to take our UART module and connect the wiring up correctly. So black will go to the ground probe. I believe blue is connected to TX. It is. So blue will go into the TX probe. And then green will go into RX. All right, so now you can see. Yeah, I'm seeing that misbehaving strand. I'm gonna fix it. I just wanted to get this wired up first. So now you can see, kinda. It's all connected in the UART device. We're gonna clean up that one strand. I see what you're talking about there. Looks like it's a ground strand, although, yeah, that is from the ground, but this one also having some misbehaving issues. All right. Let's see if we can tighten up that ground a little bit. There we go. All right. Yeah, I should have. You're right. All right. So now that those are in there, we are going to connect our USB into the UART device. I may have boned this slightly. All right. We're going to have to try and do this a little differently. Not the way I was hoping to do it. Okay. So, I boned this slightly. So we're going to have to do this a different way. Okay, so I don't have a USB adapter. I don't have one that lengthens it. So we're going to do it like this. All right, so everything is still connected. All right. So, Demi, you'd be familiar with this. The only light that's on the device is the power light. If the TX and RX are connected properly, would there be a light there as well? All right. I feel like if everything was connected properly, the lights for the TX and RX on the UART would probably be working. So I feel like there's probably connection issues. So let's take a look. All right. Let's put a little more flux down. A little bit of fresh solder. All right. So I've touched up those wires slightly. Okay. All right, let's try this again. So, bring you guys back down here. making sure everything's on. It's on the 3.3 line. Okay. All right. Close this out. Okay. Operation canceled. All right. Looks like I might have to try and find a different UART reader because I'm getting some light from the RX and TX when I plug in. Oh, well, it's also not plugged in. It does need to have power in order to work properly. Alright, so now it's got 12 volts. Alright, let's try this again. Yeah, no, it's not detecting it at all. Okay. Let's try a different one. Wait a minute. What the hell's going on with this thing? So I'm getting lights for the TX and RX when I pull the module out, when I don't have it plugged into my computer. So I'll show you what I mean. Like if I disconnect the module from the computer and just leave it here, all the lights are on. So I have lights for TX, RX, and power. But the second I try to plug it in to the computer, It just fails. I don't understand. Well, so here, I'll show it to you real quick. So with UART, with the module pulled out of the computer, it'll take a second for some reason. Now it's not doing it at all. Okay. Yeah, UART's on 3.3, and it's showing that these are plugged in. So I have lights on all three. However, the second I go to plug it into a computer, those lights disappear. Oh, that's normal. Okay. All right. So UART is disconnected from the computer. I guess we'll go ahead and remove the wiring just in case. I'm still not confident this is going to be worked. Yes, exactly. At least the south bridge is good. That's positive. All right, so let's see. Do we still have a blue light of death? Oh, I suppose I should connect the power button and the LED. All right, do we still have a blue light of death? Yes, we do. Still have a blue light of death. All right. So now that we know that UART works, let's go ahead and actually get into this thing, because I'm pretty sure I know what's wrong with it. But that was fun. Now I know that the UART device works. Now I just actually have to get the correct cord. Now, see, what I think happened, Demi, is once we cleared the codes, we didn't attempt to power it up again, so there were no error codes for it to read. I think I had to try and power it up again for it to have the fault code, and then reattach UART and have them, and then it'll have the codes to read. I'm pretty sure it's just because we cleared it that, yeah, we didn't try to boot it up again, so there was nothing for it to read. All right. All right. Ooh, hand cramp. All right. So here we are on the other side of the board. All right, put you guys back up to where you can see my beautiful face. And then we immediately get away. No face. Okay. Oh, Jesus. Okay, so my guess is we're going to have a 5-volt short, probably close to one of these inductors right here, these coils. That's my guess. So, let's grab our multimeter. Let's go into continuity mode. Let's untangle my wires. All right. So, do we have 12 volt short? I'm guessing no, because it tries to turn on. Nope, no 12 volt short. 5 volt short? Ooh, interesting. Hang on, let's check diode mode real quick. I thought for sure that's where it would be. Alright. I thought for sure that's where the short would be, but we continue on. We know the south bridge is good. Do we have a short over here? We do not. Very interesting. Alright, this turned into more than I expected. Yeah, those are all going to be short. Interesting. Okay. Alright, well, let's have a little more fun then. Let's check some of these caps. And check these MOSFETs as well. Alright, so going into diode mode. Alright, we got 0.51 voltage drop at the gate. And should be the same here. 0.815, okay. Alright, let's check out these caps. I'm still confident it's going to be in this area. Yep, there we go. Yep. Here we go. Shorts. Think. Oh, maybe not. Oh, maybe not. I thought it was shorted. Really? Interesting. Okay. Alright, is this fuse blown? Nope, that fuse is good. F3502. Good. Oh, this is turning into something very interesting. Very interesting indeed. Alright, let's check out these caps over here. Oh, I see. Okay, this is going to be a fun one. This is not what I thought it was, at least not so far. Alright, let's start short hunting, shall we? I thought for sure one of those caps was going to be bad. Alright, so let's come back down this way then. Let's just double check ourselves here. Alright. Remove. Alright, so first things first. This fuse. Fuse is good. Right. Good. Okay. Got it. All right. This cap. fine. Oh, this turned into more interesting than I thought it would be. How great is that? Yep. Okay. Alright, let's check around this area here. So we can check around F3502. Make sure you guys can see what I'm doing. Okay. Got it. Move up into this area. Okay, that's good. The fuse. Fuse is good. Let's come into this area over here. Okay. That's all good. Ooh, that's short. That is short. Not sure if it's supposed to be or not. Oh, here we go. Now we're getting somewhere. Then again, that could be just a 12-volt line. That could be low impedance until I try to turn it on. But this coil is for sure short. There's a short right here on this coil. But again, that could be normal. That short could be normal. So right here, we're short, and this cap is short here. Okay. All right, so we'll bear that in mind. We'll keep looking around, but we'll keep that in mind. Let's go back to F7001, this area here. So these caps are good. So that's a very similar setup to the one that we were just looking at, where it has a MOSFET leading to a 0 ohm resistor leading to a small cap, which then leads to that coil. But this coil is not short. That cap is good. That one's good. And what about this fuse? Okay, fuse is good. I prefer to hear it on the fuse. Okay, fuse is good. All right, over to the HDMI encoder area. I don't think we're going to have the problem here. didn't think our problem would be in this area, but got to rule it out. Okay. All right, let's check around these USBs. Okay. All right. We're getting to Southbridge area. Okay. All right, let's move over to what I believe is the Southbridge power management. All right, so that fuse is good. All right. Okay, yep, nothing there. Let's check behind the Wi-Fi module. Okay, those are all fine. All right, let's check around here. This coil is also short. You're not even looking at it, but I'm done. Alright, so this coil is also short, but again, I know a lot of these coils around this APU will be short until it's turned on. Yeah, so this coil is short right here, as is this one. Okay, so the only area I've found of concern right now is around F3502. Let's flip the board and let's check around some other areas. Alright, let's check the infamous F7002. 7002 is good. Okay, let's check a little bit behind the south bridge, but again, south bridge seems to be fine. Just test some caps. Okay, yeah, I didn't think so. Okay, yeah, south bridge seems to be fine. I guess we can start looking behind F3502. So if we flip the board where we found the problem, it's going to lead to, turn the board the other way. So the back side of that area is right here, in this area. Very interesting. Okay, nothing wrong. I know those are all going to show low impedance. This is strange indeed. I can't find a single damn short. Oh man. Well, isn't this interesting? This is not at all what I thought it was. Alright, let's think about this. So the area that we have a problem with is right here. The only area that I can find at least something of a problem is right here. And that's that small cap that leads to that, it's either a 10 or a 1 ohm resistor, and that goes into a coil. Now I have a donor board right here that has that same area. And if we test that same area, where are we? Right here. So this is the same rail on a donor board. If we test that same area, are we short at that coil? We are. Okay. So it's supposed to be short. Yes. So that is supposed to be short. So, where then lies our problem? Interesting. Well, this became a lot more interesting. I hope it's not an APU crack. I guess we could, I suppose we could take the liquid metal up and see if it is a cracked APU. I mean, just looking at it, I don't see a whole lot, but you know, that doesn't mean anything. Alright, let's take a close-up. I don't think that's a crack. Could it be? Yeah, it's possible. Gotta be real careful not to... Doesn't feel like a crack. Oh, it could be though. That could be. It is a little scratchy. Oh, do we in fact have a cracked APU? If we do, it will be my first. Huh. Interesting indeed. Would a cracked APU cause the 2-second blue light of death, though? Also, for it to be cracked in the middle is super unusual. Could it be that maybe some liquid metal got underneath it? It's a possibility. Let's try and lift up the sponge and see if we can see any liquid metal spill on the underneath. Well, I mean, there is some around the APU. Let's get a better visual on the actual APU itself. See if we can see any kind of, ooh, does that look cracked? That kind of looks a little damaged, doesn't it? That looks a little damaged. Oh no, it's just liquid metal residue. Alright. Continue our search. So, I mean, the only thing that's really causing me concern right now is that big crack right, well, I don't know if it's a crack, but that right on the middle of the die. I mean, it looks like a scratch for sure. Can't tell if it's a crack or not. Interesting indeed. All right. Let's lift up some of this tape and see if we have any spillage onto the caps. Don't see any under there. Not seeing any under there. Don't see any there. No, I don't see any liquid metal underneath. Well, I guess what we could do is check our voltage rails and see what we have coming in. So, alright, gotta plug in my power supply. Bear with me a moment. Ow! Okay. Well, this is becoming far more interesting than I thought it would be. Let's go ahead and put our sponge back on here. Okay, so let's see what we're working with here. Where's my other clip? Let's make sure we're at. So alright, so I've got my power supply set for 12 amps, or 12 volts and 0.5 amps. go ahead and shut that down for a second. Alright, so make sure this is on positive terminal. Nope, don't like this. Oh, where the hell is my power lead? Well, I guess it's gonna have to do. Alright, let's try this again. Alright, so if I turn this on, put 12 volts into the board, that has almost a normal boot sequence. Well, never mind, the amperage is all over the place. Alright, where is my thermal camera? Let's break out the thermal camera, shall we? Let's see if anything's getting hot with 12 volts going into it. Alright, so immediate hotspot looks like the SSD controller. Yep, SSD controller's getting hot at 12 volts, but that's normal. South bridge, also warm. Again, normal. APU, not getting warm at all. Alright, so we have the SSD controller. So, Demi, I don't know. What's the last thing you saw? Okay. Well, I mean, Southbridge is hot. SSD controller is hot. I don't see the RAM getting hot. Let's find out. I didn't start checking for voltages yet. Let's double check. It's 12. It's 3.3. Yep, I've got 5 volts. Yeah, I've got all my voltages. I've got 12, I've got 5, I've got 3.3, and I've got 1.8. Yeah, so I've got 3.3 coming into this converter. It also seems to be resetting. It's like it's power cycling. Okay, so I've got 5. The 5 volt stays. I've got 3.3, and then it like disappears, and then it comes back. Same here, I've got 1.8 coming out of the converter, it disappears, and then it comes back. Now, hang on, let me, so just so you can see this as well, I've got my power supply set at 12 volts and 0.5 amps, or 500 milliamps, and it just seems like it's continuously booting. Like it goes to a normal boot sequence, and then it just seems like it's completely rebooting itself. That is weird. No, there's no shorts anywhere. Let's try and find 3.3 somewhere else and see if it's doing it elsewhere. So there's our 5 volt. 5 volts completely stable. So there's 3.3 here. And this 3.3 is stable. So this 3.3 is actually stable. But this one is not. It just continuously fails. Could be a component internal failure somewhere. Check the regulator northeast of the south bridge. Northeast. So we're talking about, hang on, let's bring you down some here. So south bridge. We're talking about this regulator over here, this dialog IC. Let's be sure. This is the one I'm talking about. Alright. Well, let's check around the fuse. So we got 5 volts coming in, 5 volts going through. There's 3.3. Yeah, this 3.3 is stable. It's only the one around the HDMI that's not. There's 1.1. 1.1 is stable as well. Yeah, 1.1 volts is all stable. This 3.3 line is stable. Oh, this 3 volts is this 3.3 is crashing underneath the south bridge. This 3.3 line right here. That's crashing. Yeah. So this 3.3 volt right here is crashing. Sorry, let me get the microscope over real quick. Alright, so just to double check, just to show you again, we got, this is the regulator, so we got 5 volts going in, you can see in the bottom corner there, and 5 volts going in as well, 5 volts, and then right here we've got a stable 3.3, and this is a stable 1.1. No voltage coming here. Now I've lost all voltage. Hang on. Okay, there we go. Check the top dialog IC on the other side, the one that powers the SSD. Probably. Let me just shut down my power supply real quick, because this, where the voltage is going is not well seated. Okay, so I'm assuming you're talking about this dialog IC. Okay, power it on. Alright, so I've got a 1.2 volt. Yep, that is also crashing. It gets to 1.2 and then crashes. Yeah, 1.2 and then crashes. What about this one? That's the 0.8 volts. That also crashes. This is a 2.5 volt. That's crashing. It's another 1.2 crashing. Shouldn't I have a 3.3 volt rail? Here's a 1.8. Yeah, the voltage just keeps crashing. There's 3.3. It seems to sort of kind of start to crash. But no, that 3.3 going in seems to be pretty stable. But the 1.8 underneath, or the 0.8, yeah, 1.8 here, crash. So make sure I'm not losing 12 volts. And 12 volts is on. Do I have a steady 5 in? I'd have to find a 5 volt rail to confirm. Let's see. That's 3.3. It's 0.8. I don't see it. I have 5 volts anywhere on this line, my guy. Okay, here we go. Yep, 5 volts appears steady. Going into resistance mode. Uh, 2.4. Oh, should get 5 across the resistor. Heard? Got it. Yeah. Yeah, 5 volts is steady coming in. Trying to make sure you guys can see what I'm doing here. Yeah, there's 5 volts coming across that resistor. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Hello. That cap is completely off. That cap is completely off. I know I didn't knock that off. Oh. Alright, well, let's... I mean, I'm sure the cap probably is not the problem, but let's pull it off anyway. Let's turn off our power supply real quick. Yeah, yeah. Those are the ones I'll end up pulling. Hello, love.
Hi. I gotta run with Nancy to get her a key.
Okay. Now that cap was damaged. I don't even know if I can put another one there. I think the pad's ripped off. Okay, well, I was able to tin the pads up at least, that's good. Grab a cap from donor. Alright, so we're going to steal the same cap. Alright. Crank up the air. Reflow that sumbitch. Alright, there we go. Alright, so now that the cap is back in place,
Hi.
hello, sir.
Bye.
Bye. Make sure we're connecting to positive. Yep, we are indeed connecting to positive. Alright, so now that the cap's back in place, so 5 volts is coming through. We're still getting intermittent voltage here. Alright, so we'll start by pulling off the top inductor. Turn off our power supply. Okay. did change something as far as my power supply goes. Let me shut it down and try again. Hang on. Yeah, that did change my power supply reading. Do I still have 5 volts coming in? 5 volts is still coming in. So I have 1 point, it starts off at 2 volts on this area and is dropping. Let me try and move this out of the way. Get a better look. So without the inductor there, it started off at 2 volts and now it's at 1.3 and dropping. Damn, Trick. You all consolate, man. So just by removing that inductor, I have now lost the 2.5 here and lost the 1.2 here. Still have 5 going in. Oh, lovely. Always a fun time. Okay, so removing that inductor maybe. Hang on. I mean, I did just take the cap off of here, but I don't think that should impact anything. So, power. I know this one is missing the HDMI port, so it doesn't work, but hopefully we can at least get a voltage. Alright, so this one, yep, got 5 volts coming in, 5 volts here. I got my 5 volts here, 5 volts here. But I have no volts here. So I've got 5 volts coming into this end of the chip, and let me try and so 5 volts here, no volts there. No volts. Another 5 volts. Yeah, I've just got nothing coming out of this area at all right now. And the only other board I have is missing the SSD controller and the south bridge. Yeah, see, I've got 5 volts coming here. Got 3.3 here, but there's just no other voltage. The one I'm reading right now, it's an EDM 20. They're both EDM 20s. Oh, Trick, yeah, you... tell you what, Trick, hang on. I don't know where you came in here. Do I have a power? I don't understand what you mean, Demi. What's a power panel out? Small little bit of liquid metal spill here. Move that. Oh, maybe? No, I don't have one available. Well, goddamn, Trick, you figured it out. Well, Demi, I don't know if you were here for this, man. You think that's a crack in the APU? I can't get it off. But anyway, so what we're running into, Trick, in case you weren't here for it, if we put 12 volts into this board. So we are now putting 12 volts into the board. How do I short it exactly? Yeah, I remember seeing the thing saying there might be a crack in the APU, and then I saw that, so I'm wondering. But again, it changed after the boot sequence changed after I took that inductor off. So just to ease my curiosity. I'm already concerned that this is going to be a dead board completely, that this is an APU fault, but I'm going to have a little fun with it. So yeah, that's what I was wondering as well. So now that I've got the inductor replaced, so a normal boot sequence will have it jump to like 320 something milliamps and then drop back down. That's a normal boot sequence when you put 12 volts into this board. When I put 12 volts into this board, now that I've got the inductor back, it jumps up to 300 and something milliamps, crashes, and then jumps up again. But as soon as I take that inductor off, that stops happening. Could it be a bad inductor? I mean, I suppose. Hang on, let's remove the other inductor and see if we have a similar change. Oh man, my knee is locking up. Oh boy. Hang on, stretch break. Oh. It just cycles voltage. It keeps crashing. It's like it's rebooting itself every time. So it gets up to like 320 milliamps, drops back down like normal, and then it reboots. It just continuously cycles. And as you'll see in a second, so if I put 12 volts back in, I've got 12 volts in, it's doing its boot cycling right now. So you see I've got 1.2 in the meter, 1.2, and then crashes. Got 0.8, crashes. However, standby, I have 3.3 standby, There is a slight drop. There is a slight drop in the 3.3 volt, but 5 is consistent. 5 doesn't drop. This 2.5 volt drops. So the question is this a south bridge issue? There's a 1.1 volt crashing under the south bridge. There's a 3.3 volt that crashes under the south bridge. So do we have a south bridge issue? Because I have some consistent 3.3, but then I have some that are not consistent 3.3. Also, is the RAM getting warm? I don't think the RAM gets warm until you try to power it up. So SSD controller is getting really warm as it's supposed to. Oh, actually, hang on a minute. Oh, so you can actually see a representation of it. Hang on. Hang on. This is interesting. Okay, so let me... I didn't know that there was an actual like representation that you could watch. So bring you guys over here a little bit. So you can literally see, I know it's really bad glare. Let's see if I can get you guys over here some. So I think that's the SSD controller rail that keeps lighting up like that. That same area we're working on. Yeah. So that booting cycle is right there. You can see it fluctuating. You can literally see it booting itself over and over again. And let's check the south bridge. There's two components that are getting super hot. It's the chip itself, and then it looks like maybe that that inductor we pulled off may also be getting quite warm. Yeah, that inductor is getting super, super hot. It's only that inductor, though, that I can tell anyway. Come back under the microscope here. Let me grab a Q-tip with some alcohol here. Yeah, you see that? All right, hang on. I have an idea. Let's remove, because again, I had a change in the sequence when I just took that inductor off, which I find strange because it's just an inductor. So if I remove that inductor again, all right, so if I take, so just by removing that inductor, we're gonna let it cool down for a second here. Trick, you never fail to make me sad. Every time, my friend. All right, so now with the inductor off, I don't even get, I get to like 60, 70 milliamps drawn. And now the SSD controller is completely non-existent. Let me get you guys under the down cam again, sorry. So let's move this. So now with just that inductor removed, we have a glowing bright spot right here on that chip. I mean, getting way hot. And the SSD controller is ice cold. So that dialog I see is getting super hot. Yeah, the dialog chip. And I want to see if the south bridge turns on. Alright, so I've turned off the voltage. I just want to make sure the south bridge attempts to turn on when I put 12 volts into it. So 12 volts going in 3, 2, 1. Okay, so the south bridge did attempt to turn on there. Now that dialog IC isn't getting hot at all. So just by removing that inductor, you know what, let's try replacing the inductor first. I doubt the inductor is the problem, but let me put a different inductor on there and let's see what happens. Yeah, I suppose that's possible. Let's put a new inductor on there. Let's see if that changes anything. Alright, so new inductors there. Let's see if that changes the way it behaves. Next step will be changing the dialog IC. But I definitely wanted to check that, you know, because just removing that one component gave me a different change. So let's see. Alright, now that I've got that going. Okay, goes up to a normal boot sequence. Yeah, and we're right back to, with that inductor in place, we're right back to yeah, that dialog IC is getting super, super hot. Alright, let's change that dialog. Let's change the dialog IC. Get rid of that thermal paste. Thermal putty. board nearby. I'm sure we're going to need it. Oh, wait. Hang on. Okay. I'm waiting, Demi. Hang on. Diode reading where? Okay. Well, let's see. Put this back into place here. So we are in diode mode. I have 0.25 voltage drop. Other side, same thing. 0.024 voltage drop. And here I have 0.29 voltage drop. Same thing here, 0.29, 0.25, 0.25, 0.37. All right, so I've got 0.29 here, so 0.3 voltage drop. And I've got 0.026 voltage drop here. Let me grab my donor board. I've got 0.048 on that same, so where I had 0.02, I have 0.04 on the donor board. I have 0.29 or 0.28 where there's 0.3, 0.34, 0.22. I mean, the only major difference, and it's not even that major, there's a 0.02 difference in diode reading between this inductor. This one had 0.04 on the donor board. Otherwise, they all look pretty much the same. Yeah, I'm not seeing any major differences. Just push the box out of the way, kiddo. All right, yep. Let's do this dialogue thing. There you go. Okay. Keep that one close by. Let's pull the one from our donor. Prep it up with some flux. Oh, god damn it. Okay, let's put down a little flux, help it reflow into place, hopefully. Put down a whole lot of flux. Just the airflow alone is knocking off components. Okay. Just make sure everything's lined up properly. Good. Good. Alright, chips lined up properly. Let's let it cool down for a little bit. Clean up a bunch of this extra flux. Alright, now we're back over here. Just gonna come in here again and give it some alcohol, scrub it down, get rid of some of that extra flux. Excuse me. Alright. Just letting it cool down another couple seconds here and get some of this flux away from the board area. Alright. Has that changed our boot sequence, I wonder? Let's find out. Apparently, because now I have no voltage going into the board whatsoever. Hang on. Okay, so we do have a change in the boot sequence. Alright, so I no longer have voltage fluctuation. Well, I no longer have... Alright, so having changed the dialog chip, I now no longer have a consistent booting over and over again. I still don't have a proper boot sequence, but that did change something. Okay, so that is a change. It's not the change I was hoping for, but it is a change. Okay, let's check voltage. Alright, so I've got 12 volts going in. Alright, I still have 5. I do have 5. Do I have 3.3? Still have 3.3. Okay. Now, alright, so I'm gonna okay, so these are not standby voltages, apparently. These are voltages only when it's being booted. Yeah, I've got 5 volts coming out of it, leading out to this area here. Oh, sorry. Yeah, so I still have my 5 volts coming in. It's a weak 5 volts, but it's 5 volts. Yeah, so I've got 5 volts. And then down here, same thing, 5 volts. So 5 coming in, 5 going out. Yep. So again, it's new. It's different. I'm gonna have to put the board in for that. I'm gonna have to put it in the chassis. I know it's not going to boot properly, but I'm going to put the APU clamp on just in case. Well, this turned into far more of an adventure than I thought it would be. I'm still thinking it might be Southbridge related. Alright, so power going in. Yep, so now we've gone from a 2-second blue light of death to a beep every 30 seconds and no power, no light. So, Yep, so now we went from a 2-second blue light of death to a beep every 30 seconds. Yeah, you can definitely question the dialogue, my friend. It is certainly possible. Now the question is, do I have another one? And I think that might be a resounding no. don't think I have an extra one, unfortunately. Trying to see if there's a different suitable replacement chip on the board somewhere, and I don't think there is. Oh. Yeah, we can run UART again. Oh. Alright, so now I've repositioned the wires. Yeah, because see now, when I put the wires into UART, into the module, I don't even have a power button like I did before. Well, let me plug 12 volts into it real quick. Guess that would probably help some. Okay, now I've got power. Oh, okay. Well, that's more than I had previously. Maybe it was just a bad connection. Alright, hang on. God damn it. Did I do it again? I might have done it again. Hang on. Okay, let's try this again. Okay, here we go. Alright, so that is our error list. Alright, so now we have SSD controller power fault. And some unknown error. Alright, now I need to figure out what the hell that code is. Let's see here. All right. So I need to find where I can. Anyone familiar with the website that I can check that error code? Yeah, it says already not found in the list though. Sorry, hang on a second, guys. All right, sorry, I had a phone call. Oh man. So the question is it that dialogue I see? Because we did get a change in the dialogue I see. We got a different message after that. Yeah. So the ones that we're getting Alright, so these should be short. Okay. Yeah, no shorts. So the question is, we know the south bridge is good because we're getting the UART reading. The question is, was it the SSD controller the entire time? Because I really don't want to switch this SSD controller. Just checking around the RAM real quick. I don't think it's the RAM. Wait a minute. Okay, we have a new short. Okay, we have a new short. This is progress. What's on the back of that? Okay, so we have a new short. Right here. This is short. Just gonna make sure this is not, because it's close. That's also short. Although I think this one is supposed to be. Let's just double check. Okay, so that's not supposed to be short either. Alright, so we are short. Where are you at? So we are short here. Or did I have my leads backwards? Am I crazy? Okay, apparently we're not short. Never mind, we made zero progress. I'm just an idiot and have my leads backwards. We are not short. Okay. Oh, god damn it. God damn it. Okay. So this is different, and I'm not just being stupid this time. I know that almost all of these caps under here will show up as shorted. Like these all in the middle here will all show up short. Yeah. Like these all show up short. Fine. This one apparently does not. Now apparently it's not doing it. I swear, every time I think I find something. Oh. I don't have another dialogue chip to test. All right. I think we may call this one here because I think I need to order a dialogue chip, a brand new one, and make sure that's not the case. Because if it is the dialogue chip, and I just pulled a bad one from a donor board, I'll tell you what, Trick. We'll work it out. I'll send it over to you. You can use the testicles of clairvoyance to try and figure out this goddamn problem. Yeah, I think I need to order a dialogue chip. I think that's going to be the best way to go here. So, I am going to call it here. I'm going to call it here. I'm going to order a couple of these dialogue chips, and hopefully I'll have them in before next week, and we can get this going again. Definitely not what I thought it was going to be, but we got to use UART. That's good. Yeah, I got to get a new dialogue IC. That's the only way I can keep going with this. So we are going to call it here before I have to switch out the SSD controller, which I do have. I don't think it's that, because then again, maybe the dialogue chip is correct and the SSD controller was the problem the whole time, and a bad SSD controller shorted out the dialogue chip. I mean, it's possible. It's possible. But anyway, I'm going to go ahead and sign off for now so I can get these chips ordered. thank y'all for coming and hanging out. It was a fun time. Definitely not the way I wanted it to go, but that's how it be sometimes. I will see you guys next week, one way or the other. I will have something to do. And until then, I love you. Happy Sunday to you. We'll do it again next week. Bye.